What it do, you two? This your boy Lee Rose, boy, man. I'm back with this Diddy story, man. As you know, I streamed earlier about when they reached the verdict and all that, man. Now we trying to figure out is he going home. Me personally, like I said in the title, man, like I said in the title, Diddy is going home. I'm calling it right now.
Reporting earlier on today that there was a verbal dispute between supporters of Sean Combs, or at least supporters of his case, and those who feel differently. When you're seeing a reaction like that outside of the courthouse, you playing a role in this case, what's your position on it? What is your view on it?
So what I think is I think there's a benefit of the misinformation. You know, me as a civilian, even before I was involved, before I became a witness, the social understanding of this case, they made it so much bigger than what it was. You had rumors of child trafficking. You had all of this bribery and celebrities involved, and all of this crazy stuff that escalated to this belief that you was going to get this magnitude of just terrible acts. And not downplaying the domestic violence part of it, but I think when the actual facts of the case became evident, I think people's expectation and their belief that it was going to be so much more, it actually minimized the victims' experiences. So now, where there are still people that are victimized, regardless of the verdict, there's still bad experiences. People almost see it as a celebratory, simple scenario because everybody thought it was going to be so much worse than what it was, including myself.
Do you think
Listening to the banter.
Including me
Do
too.
you think that your testimony helped secure the conviction for transportation to engage in prostitution? Because let's be clear, the two charges that he was convicted of, one was with respect to Cassie, and the other was with respect to Jane. Do you think your testimony helped secure the conviction against Sean Combs?
No, not at all. Not my testimony, because I was clear that my dealings with them was, I'm from New York City at the time, and I only dealt with them in a New York City area. And me being hired in the initial communications was as a male dancer. We always um, show up on our own. But I did hear in the testimony there was evidence of plane tickets and stuff being purchased on his American
Yeah,
Express card for some of the other escorts. So I'm assuming that secured the conviction for those charges.
hmm
I
So,
think
as I mentioned to you
I,
before we were
I
coming
think he
on, we have
gonna appeal both of them.
amazing viewers who submit incredible questions. And I have a bunch of them that a lot of people have questions for you, Mr. Hayes. So let's get right into it. All right, first question. We got a question from Jackie Reed. Did you have any direct dealings with Christina Coram or any other person other than Diddy that helped set up his freak offs?
Actually, no, and actually, I didn't have any direct dealings with Diddy. All of my communications were specifically with Miss Ventura and Miss Ventura only. There was no conversation, no communication, no anything with Mr. Combs. And I said this before. The first time I actually even had eye contact him, for the first time, eye contact was at leaving the stand after my testimony. I had zero interactions with Mr. Combs or
And by the
anyone.
way, I'm just going to let you know, I'm not like tweaking these questions. These are the ones that are coming in. So I'm just going to read them to you. This
All good.
is from this is from an account, Smarty Pants. Thank you so much for the super chat question. Do you think Diddy was cheap with you?
Well, listen, if I'm being honest, when I hear some of the other guys getting $5,000, $6,000, obviously that would be the first thing you think. But then I don't know the scenario. I was never there more than 4 hours at a time on the average. And one thing that I will say is I came multiple days in a row, so I don't know what the criteria was to determine what my fee would be, but I was fine with it. I don't have any reservations as if I was not fairly compensated.
Um, we got a question. Where is this? Okay. Show and Tell Knitting asks, how will the results of this trial affect your interactions with clients like Diddy? Will you do anything differently in the future?
As far as I'm concerned, I would not do anything differently. That was a nuanced situation for me. Obviously, I'm a male dancer. My trade on a regular basis is not sex work to that degree. That was a proposition I indulged in. So I don't really see much changing. This was a very nuanced situation. I don't think anybody predicted these scenarios escalating to what it actually became. So I don't have any full regrets of my interactions, or if I'm being honest, even my decision. It was something I was a part of. Were some of our decisions, and I'm comfortable with the way everything transpired, even the negatives.
Chris Bono asks, how has this experience changed you, if at all?
Um, well, it put me in a scenario where I have to do damage control, right? We live in a society where you meet a person, everybody Googles you, right? So I know for the rest of my life, I'm associated with this crime and
I mean, I don't think you associated like Diddy, but you damn sure associated.
or trial, I should say, with this trial and these accusations, and I'm instrumental in it too. So all I'm doing now is I have to have a much conscious effort and how I'm perceived in my interactions with people going forward, because I could start out in a lot of situations in a negative opposed to what normal people do.
And I appreciate you coming on and speaking to media outlets about this, because obviously the trial wasn't testified. There was reporting. It wasn't televised, excuse me, but it wasn't. There was reporting about what the testimony was like. People might have misconceptions about what you said, why you testified. So to be able to clear the air is really important, which is why we get
For
a
real
question
though,
from
'cause of
Brooklyn
that,
Truth.
we didn't even know you
What was your
testified.
motivation for testifying? So to be clear, I mean, did you want to testify? Did you reach out to the government? How did that work exactly?
So I did not want to testify.
Yeah.
The government contacted me even way before the charges, just investigators. And I actually believed that my testimony was going to be insignificant. You know, I explained to them I didn't see any violence. You know, I didn't see anything that was out of the ordinary. And then I was aware I was a resident of New York. We met up in New York, so it didn't really, in my opinion, or my understanding, constitute sex trafficking. So um, the thing that put me in this situation, and this never happened, I didn't get any issues from the prosecution or the federal government. But if you talk to people who supposed to be in the know, they scare you about the Southern District. They give you this thing where, look, you want to cooperate, just do whatever you got to do. You don't want to get on their bad side. So I went into the scenario like, look, I'm just going to cooperate to the best of my ability, because I don't want to create a scenario where I'm looked at as an issue and then it escalates to something. It probably wouldn't have, but I just kept getting negative feedback that the Southern District is people you don't want to mess around with. And if they want to talk to you, if they want facts, if they want information, you have to give it to them. And that escalated to me on the stand, where I never second guessed even um, cooperating, because I did have worry that resistance could have been an issue for me.
Got maybe the most important question of the day from Xenu Golf Club. Did you like your courtroom sketches?
So I'm still getting problems from my buddies about how terrible those sketches are. So I did not like the courtroom sketches, man.
Well, Combs didn't like him either. He thought he looked like a
Yeah,
koala. So
yeah. They have me. They're calling me like I don't know if you're familiar with the Fantastic Four, but I'm Ben Grimm. you know.
oh, I'm
Um,
sorry.
so yeah, a lot of jokes, a lot of unnecessary jokes I'm subjected to because of those photos.
Mm.
Got a question.
No, whoever drew you, bro, you look just like that, y'all. That ain't bullshit. You look just like how they drew you. No bullshit.
Coming in from, wait, I just lost it. Where was it? Wait. I think no. Oh yeah. Chris Buono asks, if you weren't an escort worker, in what line of business could you see yourself?
Um, Ironically, I have a passion for car sales.
There you
I
go.
could see myself being in a decent dealership, maybe a Mercedes, BMW dealership. I like the interaction with people. That would have been somewhere I would have went into as a secondary option.
Let me ask you a question. When you were testifying, this is my question. When you were testifying, what was it like to be in the room with Sean Combs, to see him? Did you make eye contact with him? Was he looking at you? Did it feel awkward? Was it strange?
Listen, man, it was the actual extreme of all of those feelings. I think the federal court is set up to
Too scary.
intimidate you.
I promise you.
The magnitude of the rooms, like the doors are 15 feet high, the ceiling's 30 feet high. There's the furniture's huge. You're sitting up high. The judge is high. It's freezing in the room. It's. I walked in and I had literally an anxiety attack, and I consider myself a very calm, cool, collected guy, not easily rattled at all. And by the time I got on the witness stand, I was trembling. I was trembling. And so then to put on top of the understanding that I'm walking in there as the prosecution's witness, so I'm gonna assume there's not a favorable thought process with Mr. Combs, his family, anybody involved. So it was very nerve wracking, man. And I only benefited because I got called to the stand 10 minutes before lunch. And literally just swearing in and answering my name and very preliminary questions, I was losing my voice. I was having trouble talking. And so I'm happy that it broke for lunch. And it took me 20 or the 30-minute lunch to recompose myself. Or I might have had a very different testimony if I didn't have that break time to just kind of get myself together, because it was overwhelming.
Let me, Sheree, stand by. We have more questions coming in, but I want to bring on the other panelists as well. Ben, we haven't had a chance to talk about the verdict. This is something you predicted, though.
Well, I don't know. I went back and forth, but it was I have to confess, it was a bit of a surprise to me.
Was it something about Cassie's testimony? Was it something about Jane's testimony with respect to sex trafficking? Again, the jury did not believe the prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt that they were victims of sex trafficking. What was it? What was the thing that you might have been a hang up?
I thought it was some of the communications, the text messages, which really suggested more of a relationship rather than coercion. That this is, I think it came across as a very, very complicated, unusual relationship, but a relationship.
Yeah. We got super chat questions coming in for you, Ben. So this is from Nancy Nicole. Actually, this is a regular question. Then we'll go to, actually, let me start with a super chat question. Super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much, Ben. Can law address the need for cognitive consent that has often comprised sex crimes when, I'm not sure what this means, when something's normalized? But yeah, can the law address the need for cognitive consent that is often compromised in sex crimes? I'm not exactly sure the question, but I throw it to you.
No, it's a very good question. And I don't think really this is something that the law can really define. And that's why I think the jury system is really the best way of obtaining the truth when you're talking about complex human emotions. It's really hard to have bright lines in the law. I think it's something that a jury has to consider. And I think this really is the best way to adjudicate these things.
Tyler, Nikki Vale says, do you think if Christina Coram, this is a super chat question, thank you so much. Do you think if Christina Coram testified, the jury would have reached a different verdict?
I think that if she testified as a part of conspiracy, it may have helped the jury get to a conclusion more likely to convict on count number one. But I think as a whole that this jury probably wrestled with the fact that they did not believe this was a conspiracy, a one-man conspiracy with Mr. Combs at the top, and there being no co-conspirators, and then all of the acts and furtherance of this conspiracy led to prostitution, sex trafficking with the two victims. I think they really wrestled and not feel like it was enough. With KK testifying, possibly it could have helped the prosecution out a little more in convincing the jury.
Ben, got a super chat question from Christina Lester. She writes, I have to know this. Please ask Ben Is he related to Benjamin Chew, prominent Pennsylvania lawyer and jurist and a close friend of George Washington, 1722 to 1810? The people must know.
You have a wonderful viewership and someone who is very keen on history. Yes, that is my ancestor, who was the last crown-appointed chief judge of Pennsylvania. And anybody who is a history buff like your viewer can go see the museum that's in Germantown called Cliveden. And that was Benjamin Chew's house, and it was the site of the Battle of Germantown.
That is awesome. That is amazing. And you had no choice but to become a lawyer. You couldn't be in sales like Mr. Hayes. You couldn't do it. Nope, you couldn't be in that. Nope, you had to be a lawyer. I completely understand. Okay. Let me go. Let me go to you, Tyler, on this. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Super chat question. Is it curious how a deadlocked jury yesterday could come to a unanimous decision with only 1 hour, with only the hour the next day? I mean, that is interesting, right? They were deadlocked at the end of the day. They basically said they couldn't, they're unpersuadable, right? Unpersuadable views on both sides. They come back in an hour and find him not guilty of racketeering. Can you explain that?
It's amazing what a good night's sleep could do. They clearly not reached that verdict yesterday. They went home. They were told not to discuss this matter, but they slept on it, and they probably were fresh-eyed and ready to go that morning. And I'm pretty sure the foreman said, okay, y'all, we slept on it. Where are we at? And they quickly got to a verdict today. And that's exactly what I think happened.
We have Sierra Gillespie with us, too, out in the field. Sierra, good to see you. First, let us know how crazy it is out there in terms of, have you seen more baby oil being sprayed? That's part one. Part two, we have a super chat question from Free. Free, thank you so much. I just don't understand why sex trafficking of Cassie even needed to be proven when we had video evidence of her being beaten and dragged back into the room. That seems like a flaw in our system. So first, what's the scene like? And really the basis of this question is, wasn't sex trafficking of Cassie proven by the 2016 tape?
Wow, these are both really good questions. I'll start with the former first. Is there baby oil present? Confirmed. Yes, there is. Across
Why are
the
you
street
laughing
at the
at that?
courthouse, there was in fact baby oil being sprayed over there. And let me tell you, there are literally hundreds of people here. So much so that the NYPD has come and barricaded
People got
me
baby oil
into
out
this
there.
area I'm in right now, across the street with my camera. I got my lights and I'm stuck here basically. Then across the street at the courthouse, Elizabeth Milner is seemingly stuck inside because they have barricaded everyone kind of over there, because honestly it was getting dangerous. A lot of people were getting rowdy, people were spilling over into the street, and this is still a road where people are driving, so it's dangerous for people to be standing in the street, right? So I mean, it is pretty intense here. There's been cheering. There's kind of been a sense that maybe, just maybe, something wild could happen in this bail hearing, and P. Diddy himself could stroll out of this courthouse behind me at any moment. We'll see what's going to happen there. So TBD, and of course, we're going to give you updates on that, number one. Number two, talking about the Intercontinental video, the really harrowing video that many of us have seen back when it was leaked in May of 2024. And now, of course, jurors saw it time and again. This is a question mark. How was Diddy found not guilty in terms of sex trafficking with Cassandra Ventura when we have that video? To which I say, I don't know exactly what the jurors were thinking. I don't know what's on their mind, and we're working to hear from some jurors. I hope to one day have them on my show Scandal, or perhaps Jesse on Sidebar with you, so we can really have a sense of what they were talking about in the deliberation room. But as far as the Intercontinental video, yes, it does show domestic violence. We've heard that from Diddy's team. We heard it from Teni Yargos in the openings. We heard it from Diddy himself when he came forward with that video, in which he kind of held up his phone. He had a lot of headroom and he apologized for it. So he straight up admitted it. Yes, it was domestic violence. However, domestic violence and sex trafficking are two completely different things. The government said that this showed retaliation. Cassie was leaving a freak off, and then that's what happened, that he physically assaulted her because she wanted to leave. And I guess the jurors just didn't believe that argument, and that's why they found Diddy not guilty on that particular charge.
So we have more. Thank you so much for that, Sierra. We want to go back to Sheree. I have a couple of questions here for you. So first of all, Tracy Roberts, super chat question. This is just a supporter. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Cleveland Thomas asked a super chat question. I think it's really interesting. From the testimony, Cassie sometimes paid the escorts. Could she have gotten convicted on the Mann Act as well? And I'll answer that. But this is an interesting part. Are the escorts the ultimate victims? Now, from a legal point of view, this was about Jane and Cassie being the alleged victims. The escorts not necessarily for the purposes of these charges. Having said that, through the course of this, when you think about what was alleged, when you think about what was put forward in this case by the prosecution, do you feel, Sheree, do you feel that you are a victim in any of this?
The only part of it I would make me feel victimized, and if this was confirmed, is if my participation did come under a space where Miss Ventura was under duress, where I just unknowingly did not know that she was being forced in some way, and really giving me a really transparent, acting job of, hey, I'm fine with all of this, but deep down inside, it was a scenario where she was being abused and in pure true distress with my interaction. If I unknowingly was put in that scenario to take advantage of a woman unknowingly, and that is outwardly confirmed in my specific participation, then I would feel like a victim.
I understand. I'm curious if the other people that were part of these sexual events would feel the same. Ben, go to you. You think Sean Combs is going to be released? You think today the judge is going to say, hey, listen, the game's changed. Whatever factors were working for the prosecution months ago, the game's changed. He should be released. What do you think?
I have an instinct that he won't be. I don't think so.
Tyler?
I think he should be released. I think that, bonds are all about what could reasonably ensure that the defendant's not going to flee. And here, the max penalty is 10 years per charge. More than likely, the judge is not going to impose a max, and they're not going to run consecutively. So I think a reasonable bond of $1 million would ensure that he's going to come back and do his sentence. And the fact of the matter is, the government has brought a heavy case against Mr. Combs. Most of those charges have been dismissed now because he's been found not guilty. The remaining two, the question that should be asked is, would he have received a bond if these were the only two charges he was accused of at the time he was indicted? And I think the answer is yes, he would have. It would probably been high, and Mr. Combs could put up a high bond in this case.
Ben, Papa Sear asks, thank you so much for the super chat question, Papa Sear. Do you think the $20 million alleged settlement with him, still paying $10,000 a month in rent for another victim, do you think that swayed the jury? We are in a recession. So basically, right, the settlement that Cassie had with Sean Combs, the idea that Jane was still getting her rent being paid for, I think her lawyer was still being paid by Sean Combs. Do you think that affected the jury's decision?
It's a great question, and I think it could have. I think any number of factors, could have entered into the decision. So it's a good question, and I think absolutely it could have affected some of the jurors.
This is wow. Okay, this is from Sean Love Combs. Okay, this is the account Sean Love Combs. Tyler, super chat question. Thank you, Mr. Combs. Is it possible that if Diddy is released, he will be able to leave America, or would he be able to retrieve his items, the baby oil, the Astroglide? So multiple questions there, Tyler.
Yeah, I think Mr. Combs could afford to buy some more baby oil and Astroglide. There's no way he's going to leave the country. That would be a clear violation of any terms of bond. I'm pretty sure he's already has surrendered his passport. No commercial airline would TSA would not allow him to get on a flight. It's clear that he would not pass the security clearance for it. So no way unless he tried to sneak out the country somehow. And that would be pretty insane for Mr. Combs to do that, knowing his ties here, his family here, the asset he has here, and a relatively low chance of him going to jail for a very long time.
Ben, this super chat question from JAM. Thank you so much. May more clinical expert testimony be used in future sexual assault and RICO trials? Trauma and coercion cause prolonged fear. Young witnesses won't come forward now.
Yeah, I think it will continue to be used. I don't think it was particularly effective here. So I think it's a matter of how good the expert is and how effectively she portrays her information.
Ben Chu, Tyler Bailey, Sheree Hayes, thank you all so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time. We are going to continue our coverage here in the sense that Sierra Gillespie is outside the federal courthouse. If there is an update, if there is a significant update in what is going to happen with Sean Combs today, if he is going to be granted release, we will cover it. She will jump on air, talk about what's happening. If we see Sean Combs leave that courthouse, we will cover it. Thank you so much for the terrific, terrific questions. Appreciate all of you. Stay with us here on Law and Crime. We'll see what happens next in what is a very eventful day in the Sean Combs criminal case.
Yo. Yeah. Woo. She outside, but ain't nothing going on. Yeah. They're not doing that. It's quite like that for real. Yeah, we just sitting here waiting, man. I'm waiting like y'all. I feel like I'm at that front door right there. I'm like, what? Did it? What he do? Hold on. Matter of fact, no, I shouldn't. Got him up like this. My boy. That's not. They said them people got baby oil in the parking lot. What? What y'all about to do? How long they gonna keep us waiting though? Get in there. Hey, what a lot of Hmm? They say Frost. What about him? The YouTuber? You said what? When did it come up? That's correct. My shit on mute. Not on mute. It's not on mute. But what? You scooch your ass down. She had to do it on purpose. She. Yeah, I do it. She bust her ass. Oh, yeah, can you edit the video right? So I can drop it. What are you doing now, bro? I'm waiting on the what's it called? I'm streaming. They, everybody else, they outside. I know they tired too. Oh, we waiting on the stream. What can we do? I can bring up us. So I did that earlier. Chill. I'm alright. I'm gonna give me some coffee. Keep me up. In an hour. At an hour, 13 minutes. If they ain't do nothing. Yeah. He only got from get there 2 charges. Why is there no video on your phone? Why I can't go to get the video? Who was that? Uh, I'm trying. I'm just closing. Hold on. It had just popped up. What the hell wrong with so far? It just had popped up. Shit, man. I don't like this video though. I don't. No, you can do it over right quick. Mm.
No. Why? I put yesterday.
No, you did not.
What did I do?
How you cook subs?
I made sub pork chop and pizza. And tacos.
Mom just said you got to talk about it. So I want that shit. Put some else. Now you got it.
All right, you got the tacos.
They can't put them right there. They about it. All the lawyers walking out. Hold on. The law- Hey, we got the lawyers walking out though, y'all.
Yeah, he still was found guilty of prostitution.
What? That's 2 counts of that. But he didn't get charged. Go ahead. He got charged with child something prostitution twice, but not guilty of what count though. Everybody walking out. So what that mean though? That's his son. His son right there. Well, yeah. They look sad. He might not be coming home. Huh? He might not be coming home. They not saying nothing. What are reporters at? They trying to find. They still trying to find out. Hey, that's loud. Oh, they cussing. He ain't coming home. Somebody said, "Leave me the F alone." Shh. No, I'm talking about in the crowd. Well, the Combs family just left. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I don't think he come on if they left without him. Turn back to the door. don't think he coming home though. What? He said they won't know till 5. Who said that? Which one? Diddy Combs came out. I'm watching that one. I am too. Why you think I got there? Who want to watch the comments? Is anybody talking up there? Yeah, be what? Oh yeah, all right. They don't know. That's a commenter. I mean, his family just walked out with their heads down. That don't mean no bell at 5 o'clock. And I heard somebody was like, "Leave it the F alone." Like they were mad. 5 o'clock. Huh? They must have had a recess or something. Stop. You can get that from Bro. Yeah, yeah.
Looking down, I'm like, oh shit. Like, wait. Make a good use of it. I know, right? What worked for you? Are you good?
At the front door.
I'm good, you're good. All good.
You want somebody else name or something? Oh, they show on the front door. Bro, it was that the one that get back. You want to this one? Yeah. Hold on though. This is how I be doing. Take that anyway. Oh, they want me.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'll pull over if I go out there. Bye. See you. Okay, so this was here with me. I'm gonna go grab my bags and stuff.
Then you're not going to get it back. All you're going to get is done. That's the main guy. No, I know. Okay, it's great to see you. Yeah.
the issues about guns, so many. And so the jury has to determine whether he is responsible, Diddy, for any of those predicate acts over the 10-year period of time and whether he was running a criminal enterprise. The other count relates to sex trafficking, and that really deals with the fact of whether he was engaged in this sexual activity, commercial sexual activity, and whether or not it was coerced or whether it was that they were willing participants, applying to two people. Cassie Ventura, a person he was involved in a long-term relationship for 11 years, and another one only known as Jane, who he was involved in a relationship for 3 years. And finally, Issa, the last count, there's two of them. It's really transportation for prostitution. And there's two counts as to that, making 5 in total. And that really says that if you were crossing state lines for the purpose of engaging in prostitution, you would be guilty, defining the timeframes he's alleged to have done that. And the jury has to decipher whether the hotel receipts and the flight records and all of the various participants and the evidence would point to his guilt to that. And so that's what the jury was instructed on. They were informed as to what those charges specifically mean, right? A lot broader than I pretty much presented it to you in the time we have. And then they've said, hey, go back and deliberate. So they have to look and determine with the facts whether they match the law. And if they do, he'll be guilty. And if they don't, Issa, he'll be not guilty.
Ago, they sent a note to the judge with concern about one juror. For the latest in the trial, I want to bring in CNN legal analyst Joey Jackson, who's also defense attorney and joins us from New York. Joey, you're the perfect voice to make sense of what is happening right now. Talk to me first about this note, about this wildcard juror that was sent. I mean, it's pretty early on for the judge to be receiving this note, right? So do we have any more details on this? Speak to the importance of that.
Sure. So we do not have any more details than the note itself, which gave the indication, Issa, good to be with you, that, you know what, this juror doesn't want to deliberate and doesn't want to follow really the judge's instructions. And so that's very significant. Why? It's significant because you have a process where in 12 jurors, and you have a number of alternates, 5 that are left, okay? But the 12 that are impaneled have to reach a verdict unanimously. That is, all of them have to be in agreement as to what the final verdict will be, guilty or not guilty. In doing that, they have to decipher through 5.
With the new Moto G, you experience next-level visuals and sound, so every moment of your favorite content is at its best. Also choose a stylish
messages, various audio, video, etc. You look and then you make the argument. To your point, Issa, wow, they just started. And there's a note which would be suggestive that one juror is not participating in good faith. What I read into that, and I'm being very careful here, is that there potentially could be one juror who's just sitting on their hands and saying, look, I don't care what you say. I don't buy what has been sold to me. And that's not the way the process should work. The way the process should work is people deliberate. And there are times, Issa, during a deliberation where one side may be brought over to the other side, guilty to not guilty or not guilty to guilty. But for right out of the gate, a note to be brought that says, hey, this juror is not playing nicely in the sandbox is very concerning. And finally, could raise an issue on appeal depending upon how it's dealt with. Now, how it was dealt with is the judge sent back a note saying, hey, you know, you got to follow my rules. You have to follow the law. Go back and deliberate. And that's exactly what the jury is expected to do.
Yeah, and on that point, the judge said, "We'll just bring it up, Tom?" And ask my producer to bring up the graphic. He said, the judge said, "I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instructions in the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating," he said. But can you tell us about the instructions from the judge here? Spell us out for us. What did he say?
Absolutely. So what happens is before the jury gets the case, the judge instructs them as to the law. Remember, in the process, the jurors are the ones who determine the facts. The judge is the one who makes rulings as to the law. And here you have 5 various charges. Very briefly, you have that RICO count. What is RICO? Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization Act. And what it says is that Diddy is accused of running a criminal enterprise where he conspired, that is, agreed to engage in illegality with one or more people in his organization. And in doing that, it has to be that he did it for 10 or more years. And it also has to be that in doing it, he broke other laws, such as racketeering. What is racketeering? It's various types of crimes, such as arson. You heard evidence about him bombing a car. You heard about bribery in terms of the tape. Give me the tape for $100,000. And you know what? Let it not see the light of day. The tape involving his beating of Cassie Ventura, the issues about drugs, the issues about guns, so many. And so the jury has to determine determine whether he is responsible, Diddy, for any of those predicate acts over the 10-year period of time and whether he was running a criminal enterprise. The other count relates to sex trafficking, and that really deals with the fact of whether he was engaged in this sexual activity, commercial sexual activity, and whether or not it was coerced or whether it was that they were willing participants, applying to two people. Cassie Ventura, a person he was involved in a long-term relationship.
You want me to bring your chair? No, well, I have to go at 3, so I'm good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, see? They're telling me I'm like, yep, they all showed up finally. Last day. I said, thanks for coming. Last day.
That wish I'm gonna take with that song that the person listen to that old one.
Brutal, right?
They told me to come back.
No, we're gonna do it 3 o'clock. Yeah.
So they're gonna do it 3 o'clock.
Because they think we're a good team.
Exactly.
I can come back and probably.
It's 49. It's 2:49. I mean, you could that's not shade though. You can come over here. We can give you this chair here. It's all right. Come on. Just relax for a couple minutes. It's gonna get hot. We're doing the bail hearing at 5.
Yeah, well.
Damn, the bell hearing that side.
Yeah, me too.
So, doesn't bode well for them. We'll get something, I think. But they're arguing that he threatened witnesses.
That's what she got. That's how she killed. That was the main factor in one of the bail requests that was worked against him. She said we have evidence he's threatening for the second one, the second bail request that was denied. She said we have evidence that he's threatening
I can
witnesses,
see it.
intimidating witnesses, and all that.
Right.
Who's that? What? Oh, you talking about the original
They're
drop?
going to ask for some ridiculous sentence. Oh, yeah, you got it. The government, they're going to ask for double-digit numbers.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
Peter, have a seat. No, go ahead. I'm fine. I've been sitting. I'm waking up now.
I think I might stay live.
So I think that I mean I know it feels like we're talking about the same thing, which we kind of are.
What?
But
No.
Arthur's gonna come back and do like a recap. He'll do like the nuts and bolts things. And I just go like, and I think we should talk about the other issue was the RICO thing. Everybody was saying it was rotten, not rotten, but I don't want to get too exaggerated, but people were saying, yeah, supposedly. Wait, let me ask Alexander. He said Arthur's doing nuts and bolts. supposedly doing nuts and bolts. Did you know this?
You're doing it also for free?
Yeah, I'm interviewing Peter Frankel.
For the 3?
Yes.
That thing is short, right?
Arthur,
So who goes
we're in the
first?
home stretch here.
Who goes
I'm
first?
in a Zen mode right now. I feel no heat or humidity.
You're supposed to be out of here at 1.
Where's Chris? He just went to the garbage.
Yeah. Didn't Alexander text you? Arthur, quick nuts and bolts, and then both of the show will be Q&A with you and Franco.
Okay.
So I think you're doing one camera.
Yeah, separate cams. Perfect. That's what we're set up for. So can I just check with you guys? The nuts and bolts is that the verdict is back.
Yes.
The judge is now in motion on whether or not to let walk out today. He'll be back at 5. That's the
Hearing will be at 5, yeah.
So we already know what y'all talking about. They don't even know that they leak
Are
right
you going to
now.
be on
They
a separate
saying stuff.
IV or your joint deal?
He just said what they about to do at 3 o'clock. He said you gonna leave like this. He said you gonna leave like say that. Oh, okay, the verdict is bad, but we're gonna be back at 5 o'clock. That's all she about to get up there and say.
Right, exactly.
I don't think they knew that they leaked, but she just asked. She said, do you know if we doing one camera or 2 cameras? He said 1 camera. We set up for 2 different cameras and da da da. I don't think they didn't know that their audio was on.
No, it's analysis.
That lady, like their audio was clear as a bit. I don't think it is. I don't think they know. They just told us exactly what they about to say or they and everything. Like I know exactly what they about to say. They audio leak. Then they gonna elaborate on the verdict though. You can tell that this is what I'm trying to say because this is a professional thing. You can tell some of the stuff they're not gonna say live. So I know that they don't know that their audio is wrong. Exactly. She don't know that their audio is just, like she must don't know. She can say that like had her text messages in that joint and everything.
Hey, can you come back to the position? We're gonna do 3, 2, 3. We're gonna do
You trying to tell me they do that? She do it. They show doing your makeup before you got to get on the job. I know she don't know that. She's looking, see you putting on all that fucking makeup.
not move, do not move. Sorry.
Putting on everything.
I gotta get these bottles out.
Yeah, we'll put right here.
IP3, correct?
2323, yes.
I don't know who's that.
I think it's mine. He's drinking hot coffee.
I know, I needed it too.
I'm gonna move you guys up just a little bit because it is the sun is. So you're gonna be a little bit further up.
Okay.
You want me to move? No. You're gonna be a little bit further up and it's just a little over. Get back over here. Just I'm fighting the sun on your back. So right here, yeah. And they say
They don't know that she like, bro. She don't know she live, bro. She would not be doing that. If she knew she was on camera, and there ain't nobody even tell her.
Nice and good.
I mean, should I take it?
Yeah, we just watch you do everything. Look,
Está bien, todo está bien.
she would not be doing that on live.
Yeah, thank you. I really want to say that. I appreciate it.
See, they doing it 2 different cameras. She really wanted to be on the David camera, but he is. That's what they meant by they doing 2 different cameras. You ain't see him get ready or nothing. Damn, they zooming in. Why you doing that playing something early, man? Don't people being funny.
Number
one.
Peter, let me have you come over here. So we're not, I'll move my bed. I know it's a little.
Thanks, Antoine.
Already? Oh. Yeah, you guys.
Okay.
Well, she might well.
You good, Christian? Yep.
Now it's work on the assumption that we know what we're doing out here, which we do. We'll make it obvious. It's just fun VL, right? I'll make it obvious. Let's show you right now what it looks like. Let's show you.
I've been waiting on her to do that for a minute.
How are you? Just a hair.
Here's your mic, sir. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Read you loud and clear for the time being. Till everybody come. Peter, could you say your name, please?
Yes,
in the
Peter.
chat?
Peter Frankel.
All right. So first thing we'll say, like, the Combs is
Somebody
still there.
smoke
You know,
shit,
the verdict
dude.
was this morning. Combs is still in there.
I know that's right.
Trying to get bail. And then what can you tell us about that?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
And that they make an application, and then the prosecutors were pretty hard line about it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to think that there should be no change in bail based on what transpired is kind of
Ridiculous.
Exactly. Listen, you gotta listen.
I think she's like,
yeah, I mean, I sat through a lot of prep sessions with Maureen Colby because I
They
have
saying they a prep session
Yes.
on the camera.
She's no joke.
she is no joke. I was very impressed with her, but
I
not with
think
her
they
overall
audio leaked,
strategy,
Aaron.
but just the way, you know, she seemed very
No,
prepared.
she's very tough and
Very
very well
thorough.
prepared.
They don't supposed to start at 3. And then they just cut the audio. They was leaked, bro. I'm telling you, they just now cutting that audio, man. They was just leaked, bro. Because he said, I did prep conversations before and da da da.
Arthur, Christian, can
Who's anchoring the three? Is it Antoine?
Yeah, why? Because he's in my shot. Oh, yeah.
She just don't know she did all her makeup on live.
Walk right out.
Oh, you did the shot.
Damn, shit.
And of course the margarita thing. Let's just worry about some shots.
They cut that off. They was leaked the whole time, bro. I'm telling you. Like their whole conversation and everything. Somebody about to tell her about it. She did her whole makeup and that. I'm glad she was on my stream doing it too. So when that jump go up, I'm out of that.
This is the Fox 5 News Block.
We are following breaking news on the third day of deliberations. The jury reaching a split verdict in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. It is our top story. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Antoine Lewis. Welcome to the News Block. The big question now, will Diddy get bail? But first, let's take a look at this breakdown. Now, Combs being found not guilty on counts 1, 2, and 4, the racketeering and the 2 sex trafficking charges. He has been found guilty on counts 3 and 5. Transportation to engage in prostitution. And in a little less than 2 hours, we will find out if Combs will be released on bail. We want to get over to Arthur Chien, who's live in Lower Manhattan with the very latest on this. Arthur, good to see you.
Like that's why they
good to see you, Antoine. And that covers it. The very latest on this are the 2 points. One, that the jury has come back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the most serious charges that Sean Diddy Combs faced. They found him guilty of the 2 least serious charges, and that's transportation for prostitution across state lines. Let's show you what the reaction was amongst his family, just an indication of it. His mother blowing kisses to the throngs of people who are outside as they came outside. as she was going back in the courtroom. His sons have been going in and out as well. And as you pointed out, the development right now is the fact that the judge has been asked to release Mr. Combs, given the fact that he's been acquitted on the most serious charges that he had faced. And for that, they will be back in court at 5 o'clock to resume the hearing then. Everybody will be in place by at least 4:30. So this is not over yet today. Keep in mind, we got July 4th coming up. Yet tomorrow, the courts are supposed to.
I'm going to just pause it. But yeah, appreciate it.
Be closed too, so the judge probably does want to get them an answer by the end of the day. And certainly if Mr. Combs walks out of the Southern District Federal Courthouse in Lower Manhattan here a free man, it will be a scene that is probably played around the world. But that's the latest out here, that the jury has returned their verdict. They found him not guilty on the 3 most serious counts, but guilty on the 2 least serious counts. And right now the decision is whether or not he should remain in federal custody as the rest of this plays out as we move towards sentencing. That's the latest from here in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you, Antoine.
All right, Arthur, thank you so much for that. Our team coverage continues with Lisa Evers, who's been covering this trial since day one. She's been inside the courtroom. She's now outside of the courthouse, joined by criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel to break down things as they stand now. Lisa, hi.
Hi, Antoine. Well, right now we are, as you said, outside of the courtroom. The family left the courthouse a little while ago. They went out for lunch. They'll be back at 4:30 in anticipation of that 5 o'clock bail hearing. Let's find out more about this whole process from top criminal defense attorney Peter Frankel. Peter, what do you make of the fact that they just didn't do the bail hearing right after the verdict?
Well, it's a great question, Lisa. In my view, based on experience, what's happening is the defense has proposed to the government certain bond conditions, and it seems that the government is not going along with them. In fact, my understanding is that the government feels that there are safety concerns with respect to Mr. Combs' release, and that there may not be any bail condition that will satisfy them, which ultimately will put it in the judge's hands as to whether or not he grants a bond of some type.
Now, when you talk about issues with the bond, what kind of issues can come up when somebody has to post a bond?
So first and foremost is the amount of the bond. My understanding is that the defense proposed a modest bond based on the change in circumstances. But I think what's also going to be a main issue, a key issue here, is whether or not the court requires that Mr. Combs be surrounded by security and that his movements be monitored, and where it is that he's allowed to be it in the Southern District or somewhere else. So those are all details that I think are going to need to be worked out before Mr. Combs can be released.
And then when you talk about the district, like Southern District, New York City and the 5 surrounding counties, does the requirement if somebody's on bail or bond here from a case that they have to reside in this area during the time that they're under the court jurisdiction?
That could be a condition, together with an ankle monitor, as well as 24/7 security. They could insist that he not be allowed to have visitors. There are other conditions as well that the court can impose. So at the end of the day, it's going to be what the court feels will ensure the safety of the witnesses and make certain that Mr. Combs returns to court when he's supposed to.
All right, you're talking about the safety of the witnesses. One of the bail, I believe it was the second bail request that was denied. Maureen Comey, the lead prosecutor in this case, she said that we have evidence that Mr. Combs has been making phone calls, using other people's phone privileges at MDC at the Metropolitan Detention Center, and making phone calls to witnesses, having people make phone calls on his behalf, basically intimidating them. But since he's not facing that sex trafficking or the RICO charge anymore, is that even relevant to this, this day at this time?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the worst possible thing that he could do in the court's eyes. So even though he's been acquitted on those counts, there's still a factor when it comes to his behavior and whether the court is willing to take a risk on letting him out on a bond of some amount, however high or low it may be. So
yeah, I think it's a significant factor and certainly something that the court's going to entertain.
And so when they have a bail hearing like this, like what we're expecting at 5 o'clock today, the prosecution will present their reasons, with some of which we've just been talking about, present their reasons for not wanting him to have bail. Defense will say, listen, he's only been found guilty of 2 of the 5 counts. These are lesser charges. He's not going to flee. You see his family. He's been here with him in court virtually every day. And is that how it goes? And then does the judge make his decision right on the spot? Because this judge, I've noticed throughout with the preliminary hearings, but especially when the trial got underway and it was court every single day, this particular judge had a habit of saying, I will take both under consideration overnight and give you my opinion in the morning. Like he would have them send a letter. He would have them send a letter if it was a Friday, and then we'll decide on Monday, or Tuesday we'll decide on Wednesday, that kind of thing. And it seemed to be kind of one of his patterns throughout this. Is there a chance that he may spend the night again in MDC?
There's absolutely a chance of that. And I think the fact that they're having a bail hearing at 5 p.m. the night before the court is closed for the next 4 days, I think says a lot about all the parties wanting to get a resolution to this issue. But that being said, the judge is not going to make a ruling that he doesn't feel comfortable with. And if it's his position that everybody needs to come back on Monday, then that's what he's going to rule.
Okay, and then the other thing too, I was told by law enforcement sources, tomorrow, Thursday, which is July 3rd, they had made provisions. They had extra people on standby, extra people brought in. It's an administrative closing of the courthouse, but they made a provision that if the deliberations had continued that long, they'd be able to continue to deliberate, but in an isolated area. Friday, of course, is the national federal holiday. Everything's totally shut down. Same thing with Saturday and Sunday. Courts always shut down on those days, but it's possible that there could be something tomorrow.
It is possible. That's going to be up to the judge and obviously whatever decision he ends up making. But knowing this judge's history and knowing the concerns of the government, he's going to make very certain that whatever decision he makes is a decision that he feels very comfortable with. And if that can't be done today, maybe
He'll take
tomorrow,
his time,
maybe next week.
All right. Peter Frankel, a criminal defense attorney, thank you so much for being with us and helping us with that. Antoine, that's the latest from here at federal court. Back to you in the studio.
Lisa, a lot of information there. Thank you so much for staying on top of this for the last 7 weeks. We appreciate that. Switching gears now to a look outside where it's been rather muggy, unless, Audrey, am I wrong in saying that what we see?
There they go, putting us on the front screen again. Hmm? Look, sit down.
to catch my little footage.
So you're
I'm doing,
capturing everything.
I'm doing everything.
There is a type of way that we can talk to them that legacy media probably can't really give an opinion. They can't, we can be like, I wasn't feeling that, or I didn't like that. And they feel a relatability.
Oh, you're on live too. Oh, hi.
Multiple batteries, multiple chargers in case one breaks. Yeah.
Kealoha Connor was in marketing before a friend convinced her to step in front of the phone and live stream.
Guys, P. Diddy trial update. First day I was like, it's not going to be anything. And then boom, like that first day I peaked at 20,000 and some change on people.
Now she's not looking back.
I want to go into journalism now because of all this.
Are you able to monetize yet on this?
Yeah, I was able to monetize on this one, day one. I do also get people who want to donate. They give cash apps. And on YouTube, there's a thing called super chats. They want to support your journey in any way that they can.
The trial now in the hands of jurors, with arguably more people tuned in for the verdict than ever before.
This is as big as the OJ trial. We do want to get closure and understand what this case is going to be. You know what I mean? What is it going to wrap up to be?
And that's what everybody is waiting for. And listen, these streamers really run the spectrum, Brianna, on what they think about P. Diddy. One guy told me that Puff wrote the soundtrack to his college years. Another girl told me she didn't know anything about Sean Combs until she started covering this trial. And they're actually kind of mixed on what they think the verdict should be. But I got to tell you, one thing is for sure, they believe this is going to be the first of many trials that they want to cover in what they believe is a budding career.
The Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial is now in the hands of the jurors, but they've been dismissed for the day for now after sending 2 notes to the judge. The first over concerns about one juror who they said could not follow instructions. The judge reminded them of their obligation to follow his instruction on the law. The second note was a question about the distribution of controlled substances. Joining us now from Miami, former state and federal prosecutor David Weinstein. He's also a partner at Jones Walker in Florida. Good to see you again. This case is finally in the hands of the jury. We discussed those notes to the jury. Does that say anything to you? Do you find that odd in any way?
Well, I find the first note odd. The jurors, one of the things they're supposed to do from the outset is to follow the judge's instructions. If you can't follow the instructions, how can you deliberate? So it's clear that one of the jurors was at some point not following them, but they seem to have resolved that issue. The second question means that there is some type of reasonable doubt raised by at least one of the jurors as to, in this instance, what constitutes a distribution. Because remember, one of the overt acts in the RICO conspiracy is distribution. So somebody's questioning whether if a person asked for drugs and somebody simply gave it to them, is that distribution? And so the court's going to have to answer that question. The jurors already have that answer. It's in their instructions.
This told the courtroom, the overflow room, essentially, keep it up, keep it down, don't act up, don't react to anything that happens in this verdict. They also were told that same
The judge said, no, you have to give me some letters by 1 p.m. today describing why you think he should be able to leave or not, and then I'll make a decision. So here we are. It's almost 11 a.m., and we know right now that 2 hours from now, the prosecution and the defense, they are going to submit letters, and then the judge will decide. Are you telling me that Sean Diddy Combs could possibly walk out of the front door of this courthouse? You know who I want to bring in right now, this conversation? Somebody who is spending eyes and ears every single day in this trial. I'm talking about our great Kara Scannell, who has literally brought us everything we needed. Okay, Kara, you know I'm going to ask you. Describe the moment for us that verdict is read. In fact, go a little bit back. Describe what was happening when they knew the verdict was coming.
So the only lawyer in the entire courtroom was Combs' lead attorney, Mark Ignipolo, and we saw the courtroom deputy appear with an envelope in his hand. So I walked over to Mark. He said it was a note. This is the family leaving. This is the van that the kids use to come and go to court.
I'm seeing his mother get on the van right now. His sons are getting on the van. Miss Janice is on the van right now. His sons, his daughters, recognized by the long braids that they've had through the court proceeding as well. They're coming out. Of course, his son right there, Justin, and also Christian releasing an album with Kanye this past.
Let's have a good time.
If they do decide to do it all over again, they've now seen what it was that the hole was by questions the jurors have asked. Perhaps we'll get more questions as it goes along, and they'll be able to plug those holes. But a mistrial is a short-term victory for the defense.
And we continue to wait as the jury deliberates. David Weinstein for us. Thanks. Really appreciate it.
Tensions high as the first day of jury deliberations in the Sean Diddy Combs trial hit a major snag. A note today from the jury reading, quote, "We have a juror, number 25, who we are concerned cannot follow your honor's instructions." The judge telling them to continue deliberating whether Diddy is guilty of 3 federal charges, including sex trafficking. The second day of jury deliberation set to resume in the morning. It is a case that has gripped the world, and those covering it online are
If y'all waiting for y'all that's waiting, man, got they get waiting like everybody else waiting, man, watching that damn dough, man, got they get they say they about to they buying here and start at 5 o'clock. I ain't like, you know what I'm saying, if y'all wanna parlay, kick your feet, kick your shoes off, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, we chilling, waiting on Diddy.
Let me know what y'all think, man, in the comments, man. Do y'all think he gonna get bail or not? Ooh, what you said that for? What you said that for? Do y'all think he gonna get bail or not? I know we got 20 minutes before we hear anything, y'all. Oh, Janda said she think he's not gonna get out. Oh no, I said why you say that not why y'all think he not coming home? I think they gonna let him go. But right now, anyway, you got enough money. You got enough money to get out right now. He is guilty of two of the five counts, but he's trying to get a bail into sentencing because after this they got sentencing back. He can get found guilty today, but the sentencing won't be till later. So he's trying to get bail for until then. You know, that's all that's going down. But I think that they definitely gonna let him go home. Why not though? Let me shut up. Soldiers in your cup. Where you at? Where you at, Janda? Where you at? She told me there's innocent it's improving. I mean, he was. He did get found guilty, but it's what he's guilty of. You know what I'm saying? He was looking at life. Now he's nowhere near life. You feel me? Like we go to in South Africa. He told we are guilty. I mean, we're innocent to prove guilty, but they treat. If it was innocent to guilty, then you wouldn't have to get a bond. So it's really just guilty to prove the innocent. They treat it like it's supposed to be that, but it's the same.
You ready?
I know. I just know they starting at 5, but I don't know. I don't know how long the bond hearing gonna be. Bond hearing don't usually get that long. It's either yes or no.
I'm at New York Forest. Them two by two. You should be at the podium. Right channel only. And the Bluetooth? Everything's only right channel.
You ain't ready yet.
Check 1 2 check. Mike check. Mike check. Can you hear me? Can you hear everything? I'm gonna keep going for a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not gonna leave anyone hanging. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check. Mike check. Check 1 2. Mike check.
You gotta click on it
Mike
and got
check. Check 1
go
2.
to it.
Mike check.
Go
Mike
sit down.
check 1 2. Mike check. You guys good? Need another one? Mike
You
check.
probably gotta
Check.
click on it and
Mike
accept.
check. Thank you.
The family making they way back in, man. They going back in now, man. I seen them leave out for break. But that's his sons and his daughter and shit. I don't know if that's the whole family. Yeah, they checked all the mics now.
I'm the only one here. Oh, we missed anyone else? Why you left the mixer on here? Because I do sweat. I would just have a wet shirt to begin with. The mixer is really good. Yeah, you can't sit like outside. But then when you need samples, I have it on the outside. That's why my kids have it here.
Man, I'm gonna get it in after this. I'm gonna gotta have it off. I gotta hurry up. Because I can get it in. Get it in. It's noodle. Court closed at like I believe I'm at it closed at 5, 6. That's why I don't mean, but people with money, he probably kept the court open till 5 because if if they read him one of the charges and then he shot for a bond here, he ain't even waiting that day to get no bond here. He paid extra for that to get a bond here in the afternoon. Real shit, I'm telling you. So I think about 5, 6. No, 6 in their case because they started the bond her in that time, so 6 in their case. Y'all government out by 4. I know that's right. Why is we gonna try to get it? Yeah, that's good. And then why you call Apple? We'll try to get it to your other phone. Probably something wrong with Apple. And the best thing to do is my mama got time. When you do that with my mama, I ain't trying to bring all that. Make sure y'all do that shit with time though.
He's a drone. Hey, Scott Keneally.
And we're coming up on 10 minutes, man. We should hear something about fitting. 8 to 15.
Hey, it's Warren. I'm up on channel 1. Just live. I have it at 5 o'clock. I have it at evening. It won't be long. I just have it up. I'm at 40%. So.
All right. Appreciate that, John. Appreciate that. And that's a bad. Appreciate it for the subscribe, man. You should hear something in about 10 minutes, y'all. 10 minutes. What? We gotta. All right, go. Story. Come bitch, check your phone. Huh? My chat phone. You shouldn't have made food. Where you gotta go to my mother? Oh no. I can go to Pocket Shop real quick. Yes. What? I gotta hurry up, brother. Check.
to see if the judge will give Sean Diddy Combs bail. He might walk out of that courthouse in Lower Manhattan today. We have a team of reporters. Linda Schmidt is inside the courtroom. Lisa Evers and Arthur Chien are outside the courtroom. We also have legal experts and lawyers on standby to let us know everything that's going on. Of course, a verdict handed down by the jury today. And just moments from now, it's 4:53. We're expecting actually that bail hearing to start at 5 o'clock in Lower Manhattan. Let's take a live look, a full screen of the picture of the courthouse here. It's been quite an interesting day. There's a lot of people outside the courtroom, as we can see. Alex, my producer, is helping her out here. Can you turn the volume just a little down there? Yeah, that's better. Okay, great. Listen, we are waiting any moment, as I said, just about 6 minutes from now. Let me bring you up to speed. This all started, of course, this morning. After almost 2 months in a Manhattan federal courtroom, a jury delivered a split decision to the former rap superstar Sean Diddy Combs. They spent 14 hours deliberating. Then they convicted Combs on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, but they acquitted him of the more serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. And those were really important because he was acquitted on those, and those are charges that could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Combs, 55-year-old man, was overwhelmed as the court hearing the verdicts. He wiped his face, he kneeled, he bowed in prayer, he turned to his family and said, "I'll be home soon." His relatives have been in the court, his children and his mother, most days, and definitely today. Now, his convictions do carry a maximum sentence of 10 years, meaning he will likely face some prison time. We just don't know how long. And of course, he'll get credit for time served. Each count carries with it a maximum of 10 years. This was quite some trial that we heard explicit testimony, especially from the star witness, his longtime girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. So once again, you're looking at live pictures outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. This is breaking news because we are waiting to find out from the judge if he will allow Combs to walk out of the jail. Now, let me tell you, right after the verdict, the judge told the lawyers, the defense, and the prosecutor they had to come back at 1 o'clock today, and they had to have arguments as to why Combs should stay in incarceration until his sentencing later this summer, or whether he could be released. And as you can imagine, the defense team said, hey, he has no criminal record. He has been involved in other things before, never charged, but he should be able to post $1 million and walk out, see his family. They wanted to go back to Star Island in Miami, Florida, where he lives. And they wanted him to have the ability to go to Los Angeles, New York City, and Miami. But of course, defense lawyers and the lawyer for Cassie Ventura pushing back hard on that, describing him as dangerous and a flight risk. And so they are hoping that he will stay locked up until he is sentenced on these charges of engaging in prostitution. Now we're coming up on 4:57. In just a minute or so, we're going to toss to the Fox 5 o'clock newscast here in New York City. I'm reporting to you live from our newsroom here. And we are going to carry every second of what happens. As I said, we have reporters inside the courtroom. We will know within seconds what that decision is. I should say that, as you well know, if you've been watching this stream, this is a case that has generated enormous interest around the country. And there are a lot of people that are sort of gathering around the courthouse. That's prompted the NYPD to bring out the barricades and add extra security down there, because even this evening, Sean Diddy Combs could be walking out, at least not exactly a free man, but at least out on bail until his sentencing. And you can imagine there were people cheering when the verdicts were handed down, especially when he was not convicted of the most serious RICO charges that he was facing that could have sent him to prison for a very long time. And also, the government could have seized his assets as well. Now, I said we are getting ready any minute now for that hearing. So let's review here some of the more important events from today. it seems like everyone has been following this trial, but if you haven't, some of the highlights involve that Combs was accused of using trafficking sex workers, bringing them around for so-called freak nights, these days-long sessions, and two of his former girlfriends, one who used a pseudonym and the other, Cassie Ventura, who testified in court, that they did so and participated in many of these sessions against their will. So you're looking now at a live picture of the courthouse, and any minute we're going to take you to what the judge decides. Did he get out or won't he? And we'll also take your comments and questions. So keep it right here, because in minutes from now, I'm going to check with our producer, and we're going to be tossing to the Fox 5 newscast, which is just about to start. So we'll get you right there, because that'll have our reporters right on the ground. Lisa Evers and Arthur Chiano give us live reports outside the courtroom. And we also have an attorney present to answer any questions as to what might be happening. But, you know, the jury deliberated for about 14 hours. This is quicker than a lot of legal experts thought would happen. And of course, yesterday they were able to come to a decision on 4 of the 5 counts. And then they couldn't
It's
reach a
5 o'clock.
decision on the most serious charge, the RICO charge, racketeering and conspiracy. So the
It's
judge
5
said, listen,
o'clock.
you got to keep deliberating. He
On
sent
the
them home
chop,
for the night.
on the
They
chop,
came back,
chop,
and
put
really
in the
in under an hour,
streets.
they had a verdict, complete verdict on all 5
I
counts.
got
And of
a.
course, as we
Who's
said,
going? I thought I was going.
he was only found guilty of
I thought I was
engaging
going.
in in moving people around for the purposes of prostitution. So the other charges, though, he was more serious, that had more time attached to them. He was found not guilty of. So it'd be interesting to hear what the jurors had to say. It was 8 men, 4 women, ranging in ages between 50 and 70. So it'd be interesting if the jurors talk afterwards to see how those deliberations were going and what brought them to this decision. We're going to take our newscast now, I believe.
Let me know in the comments who y'all got, chat. Let me know in the comments who y'all got.
Oh, yeah, let's take a look on Live View 5 and see how we go. Should have our
Let me know if
anchors
you going home. Let me see that
ready
shirt.
there.
Let me see that shirt.
You know, another picture. This is a picture of sort of the
Hey,
scene, the
Frico
circus
is
scene
not
outside the courthouse.
Enrico.
There's been a lot of
No more.
supporters, some
I
against
promise you that's
him, that
right
have
though.
come down there and pulled off some
That's
crazy
right.
antics, some having to do with some of the testimony in the trial, and others not so much. But you can see there's quite the crowd out there. It's media, it's lawyers, it's fans of Diddy, it's people who don't like Diddy. There's all kinds of people out there,
Hey,
family
Frico is
members.
not a
You know,
Rico though.
a lot has been said. As famous as he is and as powerful as he is, we did not see a lot of celebrities attend his trial. We did see Kanye West show up for about a half an hour, and he had to go to the overflow room and he only stayed a short time and then left. It's not clear whether did he know he was even there. But a lot of the celebrities that he had all those white parties with, none of those showed up, and it probably is because of that damning video of him. You can see Diddy beating his girlfriend Cassie, something he apologized for later on Instagram, and that was played multiple times during this trial. All right, Alex, and how we doing? Should we go to our newscast now?
Yeah, but we're about to start pretty soon. So
Okay.
let's
Very good. Very good. Oh, I know. We're a little late because we have a sporting event. That's right. My bad. I forgot about that. That's okay. But let's let's recap just a little bit. I have an echo in my ear. That's why I'm talking loud. So my producer, we're working out the kinks in live television for you right here, live streaming anywhere. And if you have any questions, you can put them up, because we do have an attorney present that we can get the answers for you to in just a minute. Let's take a look. Let's take a live look at the outside of the course. You can see the NYPD there for 1 second while we fix the audio.
Let's get that news.
And
Hey,
here we are live outside
that
the
is
courthouse.
a lot, though. That is a lot. Hey, Lady DeMarch. Yeah, I'd have told him to keep me that 3 years. I don't know if I would have paid that much. You gotta pay 20 million back, man. They'll never smell it. They will never smell it, man. Hey, Lady DeBarge. Yeah, I wouldn't pay no. I wouldn't be paying that 20 million back, and I would have told them to keep me that 3 years. I'm all right. Yeah, yeah, they had to keep me. Hey, that's a lot.
And you're looking at a live picture outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, he did 11 years, 3 years on house arrest. Why he got all that money though? That's a lot of money. $20 million. Like they gotta be thinking they ain't gonna never get that money, or he gonna pay that money. 75. He turned 75. Oh, so mighty. Hey, shout out to him, man. He you know what I'm saying? A lot of people can't do that. I'm pretty sure that's a lot of money anyway. 3 years on house arrest, that's a lot of money right there though, to paying that. Paying 3 years on house arrest. Especially if they do it weekly. Jeez. Yeah, hey, shout out to him, man. Are you with him? If you don't mind me asking. Appreciate it. Can you subscribe for me? Appreciate it. Oh, congratulations to y'all, man. And Ayla, and that's good for that you roll with him. We got breaking news.
We're following breaking news as we come on the air tonight. Sean Diddy Combs acquitted of the most serious charges against him. These are live pictures from the courthouse where we are now waiting to learn if he will be released from jail. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natasha Verma.
And I'm Bianca Peters in for Steve. Diddy found guilty on 2 of the 5 counts that he was facing. They are the lesser offenses, so his defense team has asked for his release.
Diddy's bail hearing is scheduled to begin at any moment now. The judge asking both sides to submit letters arguing for and against his release.
Now, if Diddy is released from jail, he would likely be subject to specific conditions while awaiting sentencing, as his legal team has proposed a $1 million bond and travel restrictions as well.
And this morning, Diddy was found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy and 2 counts of sex trafficking, but he was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. So that means he could still face prison time, but may be released while awaiting sentencing.
Also, right now, we are waiting for the judge's decision on that. So let's get right over to Lisa Evers, who's been outside the courthouse all morning long into this evening. Lisa, what are you hearing?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, just think about this. That verdict came out early this morning, and Sean Diddy Combs has been in a holding pen the entire day waiting for this whole issue to be resolved. Instead of resolving that bail question right after the verdict was read, the prosecutors asked for several more hours in order to try and put their position together, which their position being they want to keep Sean Diddy Combs behind bars, even though he was cleared of the 2 most serious charges in this case. But let's bring in right now for criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Sallin to get some understanding about this whole bail process that's going on right now. Jeremy, thank you so much for being with us. A little unusual for them to delay the bail hearing like this so many hours after the verdict?
There's nothing usual about this case. Everything about it's unusual, especially when you think about the magnitude of the charges that were brought against Sean Combs and to be cut down, for lack of a better term, by the prosecution right at the knees, leaving him with a crime that does not mandate incarceration, though he's already been in for 10 months. And now it's a very fair question to ask. Bail Reform Act aside about keeping him in, why should he not get out when he's not facing mandatory incarceration?
But what at this point would you say the prosecution's or the prosecutor's main concerns are about if they let him out on bail?
I think there's an integrity check here. Do I really believe, or do they really believe, that he's a danger to the community at large?
He can't be no danger with them charges that he got.
That he's not
I'm
going to
sorry.
return to court? That's a hard stretch, considering the man came down prior to the charge. The man surrendered his passport.
I swear.
There
I
were no
swear.
allegations since the accusations began that he's made any threats. And the bottom line is all of those things he's accused him of in terms of violence.
I believe that
He
too.
was acquitted, not a conviction.
Right, and I think that's the thing that's so hard for us to understand. So one of the bail denials, because there were several attempts to get him bail all the way through this process, the prosecution said, well, we're worried about him intimidating witnesses. But that would even be a point right now because he was cleared of the sex trafficking and the RICO charges, right?
Yeah, I think it's a heavy lift, even more so than the RICO charge itself, for the prosecution with a straight face to say, this man is a danger to society, this man is a danger to any particular woman, this man is a risk of flight. Absolutely not. The evidence doesn't bear it out in terms of what he's been convicted of, and nor does the history of in terms of his compliance with returning to court or behaving and following the judge's instructions. I think they come up empty-handed, but again, there's something called the Bail Reform Act, which says in substance, barring exception, he should be held in.
And then in terms of the final decision, that should be the judge, right? That will make that decision based upon these letters that he's gotten that Natasha and Bianca were talking about from the prosecution and the defense.
Yeah, he's going to have to assess everything. He's going to be the arbiter of everything. The defense is saying, let's set $1 million. Combs will easily make that and be out. We can monitor him. We can regulate where he travels to. And certain
Easily make that $1 million.
It can be done, and there's really no reason from a practical standpoint. And to be clear,
he's going to make
it. Up to 10 years in prison, theoretically consecutive. That's never going to happen to 20 years. We're talking potentially months and nominal years if he's sentenced to that.
On the transportation for prostitution for charges. But then in terms of the conditions and that they would have to satisfy, there were other things that he had offered in the past that were turned down by the government. An ankle monitor bracelet, having 24-hour security watching him. What about that? Do you think there'll be special circumstances or conditions that maybe a regular person, I shouldn't say regular,
yeah, that's why I say I think
another detainee with a similar conviction would be
they just humbled him. All they did was they want to humble him. He too powerful. They got to humble you.
Bracelet with 24/7 monitoring.
They don't give him his freedom back though, but hey, look, they gonna humble. You gotta get humbled.
Stay in certain venues, drug tests.
They gotta humble him, man. He gotta get humbled. That's it. That's all it was. 10 months.
In terms of the $1 million that's
10
being asked by the defense. Those are reasonable things to ask. When you return to court, yes.
Get back out and do something different.
You put him back.
And then you've tried many big cases. What role does his family presence have? It's been very strong, very consistent, especially this last final week. His mother's been there every single day. He said his 85-year-old mother in one of the defense application, he needs to be the main caretaker for his 85-year-old mother, Mrs. Janice Combs, who's been here every single single day, and also be a father to his 3-year-old baby daughter. And then we've seen the other kids, the grown kids, and their and other extended family members. What effect does that have on a judge in this kind of decision?
So family ties are critical to show community ties. Family ties are critical to show
Yeah.
you're not going to flee and you're going to return to court. However,
Hey,
let's not
ladies,
overstate.
behind
I
you
think
is
the defense
funny,
has to be
man.
careful. Well, if he's a primary caretaker, who's been taking care of him for the past 10
They,
months?
hey,
As a
look, they
primary
probably
caretaker
do.
for a young child,
They probably
obviously
do.
someone else has been doing it. Let's not
I think he's
overstate,
gonna throw
but
him a
let's also
party.
be very
He's
clear.
definitely gonna
They
throw him a
showed their
party, but not
support.
one of
They
those.
came for him. They're available for him. They're going to ensure his return.
They offered one of the bail packages previously that was denied by the judge and by the court was $50 million. Do you think this is going to be, we're going to be in the 7 figures to 8 figures?
Assuming that the judge agrees to release him, it's either going to be release him, or subject to certain conditions, or it's going to be much, much more nominal in terms of what that dollar amount is. There's no reason, if it was that high or higher, when you're talking about violent, ugly
Yeah,
crimes,
Rico, it
pay them
ain't gonna be
tisk.
that
They're
high.
gone.
It's
Granted,
not
I
gonna
will
be
say
that high.
this: the
It's
prosecution at
not
the time
gonna
of
be no
sentencing
50
can
million
raise
or
that
nothing like that. It ain't
evidence,
gonna be
even
like
though he
that.
was acquitted
These are state
for the
charges
purpose
for
of
real, for real.
sentencing. So
It's
there
not
is
gonna
still
be
that
that.
element, but bail needs to be reduced or he needs to be released.
All right,
Yeah.
we'll stay tuned and find out. Jeremy Selden, thank you so much for being with us. And again, if you're just joining us right now, the bail hearing for Sean Diddy Combs happening inside this courthouse. He'll find out whether tonight he's going to go back to the Metropolitan Detention Center that has been named by numerous prison watch groups as one of the worst in the United States in terms of conditions, or whether he'll be in a much more comfortable setting for his first night out after this verdict was released. Anyway, that's the latest here from federal court. Natasha and Bianca, back to you in the studio.
All right, Lisa, thank you so much. Keep watching Fox 5 for continuing coverage of this breaking Diddy verdict. We're going to have more legal analysis coming up.
Yeah, I do feel like he's gonna have a little cocky little demeanor with him, but hey, we about to see. We about to definitely find out. We about to find out. Hey, look, he shouldn't even mess with them saying, I don't think he should mess with them all them celebrities that turned their back on him.
On record for the year so far. Let's have a listen in on what it sounded like outside the courthouse when Sean Diddy Combs' mother emerged after the verdict was rendered. We saw her blowing kisses to people and other people cheering them on. Now, not only has she been coming to court, as Lisa had just said, but his family, his sons have been coming. A short time separate from that, we saw out of the back entrance of this federal courthouse, the federal the jurors. Hey, you know what? Tell me what it is that's going on right now, guys. Who's yelling at me? All right. Well, this is breaking news right now. Let's come back on camera for this, and let's bring in Lisa Evers here. We're learning right now, Lisa, that apparently bond has been denied.
Ooh.
Okay, that's
well, I don't know if that's getting it. Let's use this one.
Let's get Jeremy here.
Yeah, Jeremy, can you come back in here when you get a moment? So what we had been positioned for was an argument that because the jury found Sean Diddy Combs guilty only on the lesser of the charges, that there was a presumption that he might be able to go home. The judge even asked him at one point, I imagine you don't want to go back to MDC. He nodded vigorously.
Of course.
Right? Let's use this microphone. I'm not sure if that one works. And Jeremy, if you'll come in here
Jeremy.
too. Should we start with Jeremy's reaction?
Jeremy Salland is with us. He's a criminal defense attorney and former Manhattan prosecutor. And the bail, the news is that bail has been denied.
Yeah, that the judge.
So there is the law, the statute says in substance that bail would be denied, meaning that he goes in and stays in. There's not an exception. For example, there could be an exception where the prosecution says we consent, and there's other pieces to it as well. There could be a danger to somebody or not, but the bail being kept as it is not necessarily atypical because of the law, though one would believe the fact that he was not convicted of the top charge, and it's been a reduction, and people do walk free and come back and ROR.
Well, keeping the bail as it is means there's no bail.
That's right. So he's remanded, he's held without bail. So this doesn't change the potential sentence, obviously, because it's still up to 10 years, but for the immediate gratification purposes of getting out, doing what he needs to do and fighting this from the outside in terms of preparing for that sentencing, now it's been stripped.
And let me just add, this morning the prosecution was very adamant about wanting to have this extra time to present their argument to the judge, and seemed obviously they were disappointed with the verdict. It was very visible and very obvious, but they wanted to keep him behind bars, and they said, Your Honor, we need several hours to really get this whole argument together for you, and that's pretty stunning.
But again, I think you have to go back to what the law is and what it allows for, and generally speaking, barring some exception, the Bail Reform Act says you're staying, you're not just getting released.
Diddy denied
crime. I think people, rightfully so, are disappointed and have questions from the public's perspective when you have such a horrific allegation that is not proven or substantiated beyond a reasonable doubt. And summarily, we're not talking about on the cusp. That's a pretty quick verdict that I think fooled many people, thinking that there might have been a sex trafficking conviction. He's walking scot-free in terms of any allegation of coercion, force, fraud, violence, but he's still in custody.
Okay, so Jeremy, what about?
Can we just ask Jeremy, was it a difficult decision for the judge legally?
I think the judge is not finding any exception and following the law, and that's why he's staying there. The hope from the prosecution, though they didn't, the defense, though they didn't raise it specifically in their letter to the court, was that yes, there may be the Bail Reform Act, and that was what the prosecution relied on, since statutorily you can't just let them walk. The prosecution was hoping, the defense was hoping that the judge would look past that and say, he's returned, he just shows that he can follow the court order, he's not going to flee, and he's not a danger to anyone specifically or the community at large.
And then let me ask you this, in terms of the appealing this decision, what's the process now that the defense will have to go through in order to appeal the judge's decision of no bail?
I would expect that he's not going anywhere anytime soon, appeal or not. I think that they're going to follow the judge. I haven't heard what the judge said, so it's hard for me to just speak on an island here. But based on the law as we know it, I think the judge has ample ground to stand on.
Let me answer that. Our Sharon Crowley has been watching this and telling us right now the judge says that the government was correct that the detention is mandatory for a Mann Act conviction, what you're indicating, and the judge said that the limited exception to mandatory detention was not met. Sean Combs pointed to his duties as a father and a son, which we talked about, but that does not rise to the level of an appropriate exception, according to the judge.
Right, and to my point moments ago, that's what the law is. But we'd like to think that from the outside looking in, when someone has been charged with such a egregious and horrible acts, and the jury of your peers says no so quickly, there should be a means to say you should be free, but there still is a conviction. The Mann Act qualifies. He's in custody. Whether that's a sign of the judge saying I'm going to harshly sentence him or not, we can't say, but let's not read into it. The judge is simply following the law, and this warrant does not warrant that 10 years that you're hearing about for each of the counts for Jane
And then, Jeremy, remind us again about the Mann Act.
So the Mann Act does not involve coercion or force or anything like that. The Mann Act simply says that if you're bringing someone across state lines in substance, engaging in prostitution, that violates the law. I look at this case, not to really go too far off. This really, especially when you hear this verdict, should likely never have been in that courthouse. If anything, it should have been in that courthouse, meaning 100 Center Street or something similar, in a state courthouse for domestic violence,
I did
for
think he was
abuse,
coming
for
home,
things
though.
that physical abuse and assaultive behavior, those types of things. But now we're here. It is what it is. But I think the prosecution really got humbled whether or not the judge is keeping Sean Combs in.
No, 100%. So now tonight he'll be spending the night in MDC.
It's hotter in there than it is out here, certainly for him. But there is now a horizon. That sun is rising for him. There is an out, and I'd like to think, based on the evidence and based on the finding of that jury, that out will be reasonable. And the defense said maybe 20 to 24 months. The prosecution is saying at least 50 to 60 months, even more. Where the judge falls, I don't know. But there's freedom for a guy who's looking at life in prison, which is unbelievable, whether he's in jail tonight or not.
And you told us that there's no minimum with the conviction, the prostitution conviction.
Correct, but there are guidelines, and the judge is trying to follow those guidelines. His ability to move along them and go up or down. But I think we have to look at what the evidence is and remember that the prosecution can still bring out in sentencing, though you could not do that in a state court, all of his other allegations and the evidence there that was not supported by the jurors who said not guilty, because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt in sentencing. It's not the same standard.
Right.
But do I think he's going to get 10 years? We've been wrong before. No, I do not. There is an out for him.
All right. And we'll continue watching this closely. And so that's it.
That's it for now. That's it for tonight.
Yeah, just to sum up, this has been a day of news on the Sean Diddy Combs case. First, the jury came back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the heavier charges of the indictment. And then there was this talk about whether or not he would be walking out of here. There were a lot of reasons why some people thought that might actually be the case. But at this point, we've just learned that the judge has denied the application for bail, which means instead of walking out a free man today, Sean Combs will have to wait. And the judge noted, we're told right now by Sharon Crowley, that one of the incidents of violence against a former girlfriend was in June of 2024, after Sean Combs knew that he perhaps wasn't legal. Right. So there are things in the bag, so to speak, that the judge is taking into consideration, that as people out on the street, maybe we were slower to get to, but the judge has made his decision. Sean Combs will not be seen on camera outside the courthouse today, at least not as a somewhat free man on bail. That's the latest from here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. We go back to you guys.
I was going to say, Arthur, before you go, maybe one more last question. We do know that by law that detention is mandatory under the counts he was convicted on, but maybe you could explain some other reasons, or the top reason why the judge refused bail.
Well, it was actually, as Jeremy Salan so kindly shared just now, that bail typically isn't decided after the jury's decision, the jury's verdict. A bail is decided before the trial goes into play, right? And then they decide whether or not to hold a defendant in that case. That had already happened in this case. The decision was made to hold Sean Combs behind bars during the length of these court proceedings, and they're not over yet, right? That we have to get through sentencing for this to actually truly be over. So what Jeremy was explaining was it would have required an exception to the decision that he already made, and he said based on multiple factors that it doesn't rise to the level of granting an exception at this time. I don't know if I put that in English.
Arthur, thank you very much. Lisa as well, and Jeremy. We've got more breaking news coverage after this break.
Yo, that is so crazy, man.
Yeah.
Man, they denied Diddy bond, man. Hey, it be like that, I guess.
News.
Welcome back. Some breaking news now at 5:30. Sean Diddy Combs has been denied bail. Some breaking news here. Is going to be remaining behind bars following a partial verdict in his federal case. Manhattan jury found him guilty on 2 counts of transporting individuals for prostitution, but acquitted him on sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Now, despite the mixed outcome, the judge did rule that Diddy must stay in custody, citing consequences and seriousnesses of the convictions at hand.
Big news today. Let's get right to Lisa Evers, who's live in front of the courthouse. Lisa, what was the decision by the judge to deny bail for Diddy?
Well, Bianca, Natasha, first of all, this, I'm sure, was a tremendous disappointment to his mother and to his children and to his other family, and as well as to the supporters that we've seen out here outside of the courthouse. But in terms of the legality of it, according to Attorney Jeremy Sallin, who we've been speaking with this hour, he said that this is fairly standard in terms of a conviction on these prostitution transportation charges, which are the 2 counts that Diddy was found guilty of. Now, what the big argument and the big push to keep him behind bars obviously came from the prosecutors. I'm sure it seemed that they were very upset about the verdict from the jury not getting that RICO case that they had pushed so hard for against the better advice of some in the legal community who didn't think that was appropriate in this particular circumstance. They also lost out on the sex trafficking. That was not guilty. And they said at this morning, the prosecution said, Your Honor, we need several hours to come back and consider bail. Otherwise, they would have just considered the bail, the bail application and the bail situation right there shortly after the verdict was read. That was not the case. They were granted all these extra hours, the extra afternoon. Sean Diddy Combs sitting in a holding cell all the while this afternoon while they're crafting these letters to the judge to explain their positions. And the defense was arguing his mother, who we've seen many times here on Fox 5 going in and out of court every single day to support her son. She's 85 years old. The argument of the defense was that he's her primary caregiver, and certainly he is the closest relative to her, and that he also has a 3-year-old baby daughter, baby love Sean Combs, and that's her name. And so that was their argument, but the prosecution he still remains a danger. They wanted him behind bars until the sentencing, and this was, I'm sure, was devastating to Combs and many of the family who seemed elated. They were elated, in fact, when they heard those not guilty verdicts. But it's one more step, and as we've seen with Combs and other situations, once he's determined, he's going to see it through. The worst is over in one sense, in that he is no longer looking at life behind bars. On the other hand, his attorneys will have to file an appeal to this denial of bail. And remember, they had several bail applications throughout the course of the pre-trial conferences and after his arrest that were completely denied, and those were just eye-popping bail packages: $50 million, 24-hour armed guards, an Upper East Side apartment where there was limited access, no internet access for him, monitoring cameras, monitoring his activities, no guests allowed coming in, and that was denied. So we'll see what happens now, but this has to be a devastating blow for the family. The family's been very united and come together at this. We saw the 2 sprinters that have taken most of the family after 1 o'clock this afternoon, or a little bit earlier, a little bit after that, after we found out that the hearing would be at 5 o'clock. They all went out together to have lunch, or to have something to eat, if in fact they could do that. I'm sure many of them thinking, okay, you know what, Dad's coming home, my son's coming home, that type of thing, and he will not have to spend another night in the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is a place nobody wants to go. And So that's what it is. It's just a devastating blow for them. They went from this high this morning of realizing that there's just those 2 counts of the prostitution transportation that they're facing, and that the that can be dealt with over time. That's a far cry, Bianca, Natasha, from looking at the possibility of life behind bars, which would have been with the RICO case and many decades on the sex trafficking case, because that also carries a very, very heavy penalty. But that's it for today so far. And then tomorrow the courtroom will be tomorrow the whole courthouse is on administrative leave, is on administrative closure, meaning that we're getting excuse me one second, we're getting interference from all the helicopters up above. So tomorrow
Lisa,
the courthouse that you see right behind me, where the trial's taking place and where this bail hearing just happened, that will be closed for an administrative closure. There will be no activity there, no scheduled activity there. Friday, the courthouse is federal holiday closed. It's always closed on Saturdays and Sundays. So there was obviously a pressure to get this decision in before the holiday weekend. And I'm sure there's a lot of disappointment all the way around that they just couldn't bring him home tonight. Natasha and Bianca?
Yeah, Lisa, you mentioned that the $50 million bail package, which is pretty extreme. Why was that not enough to convince the court to let him go on bond here, especially with all those other extra things you were talking about?
Could you repeat that again?
I'm sorry. My boy,
Could you repeat that again?
The $50 million bond and bail package that you mentioned, including the other restrictions, those list of restrictions that you mentioned, you would think that would be enough for a judge to say, all right, I can agree to this, but it wasn't. So there was a reason behind that. And why was that?
Yes. Well, the reason behind that, and that's a great question. What the reason behind that particular denial was the fact that the feds, when you're in prison or you're in jail, they're monitoring all your calls, and they tell you straight up, we're monitoring all your calls. The lead prosecutor, Maureen Comey, told the judge that he had been using other people's phone privileges, because when you're a detainee, you only have a certain number of phone calls at a certain time, using other people's phone privileges to make calls to intimidate witnesses, and that this would not be allowed. And then, as we've heard throughout the day here today with some of our legal experts, that witness intimidation is a crime or an allegation they take extremely seriously here. But the question is that even a factor now, because he was not convicted of the sex trafficking or the RICO. So I'm sure it was very disappointing for the defense. For the prosecution, it was like, well, at least we got something, and they got the transportation for prostitution. But I think it was a big come down for the federal prosecutors. That's what pretty much every legal commentator and legal expert is telling us today. That's the latest here from federal court. Natasha and Bianca, back to you in the studio.
Yeah, definitely a high to a low. All right, Lisa, thank you very much.
And keep watching Fox 5 News for continuing coverage of the Diddy verdict. We will also be posting any updates on our Fox local app. Make sure you download that. It is free.
Lee Rose.
Boy.